Gotta relax.
This is Earth Radio. And now here's human music.
Human music. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Gotta relax.
This is Earth Radio. And now here's human music.
Human music. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Hello, ladies and gentlefish! We are back. Once again, it is Wednesday. That means art things. Arty do's. So, art stream today, we are continuing on with our Draw Toemba speedrun. So, basically, for those who have not been around, and tut-tut, basically, we're going to be away, me and Lizzie Bell. Bonjour. We're going to be away in Europe, in France and Iceland for about a month. Or just short of. So we're going to be away for pretty much all of October, which means I can't do my usual drawing challenge. So instead, I have been Lizzie Bell and I. How fucking dare you, cognitive bard.
What?
I am an art teacher, not an English teacher. I don't need to know
Wait, what was the
grammar.
full sentence?
Me and Lizzie Bell are gonna go into.
No, yeah, he's right.
Lizzie Bell and I. Yeah. No, he is correct. Grammatically, he's correct. But I'm not. I'm an art teacher, not an English teacher.
Yes, but
I'm
you're
being.
married to a writer.
I'm being subversive. I'm subverting the grammatical structure to make a commentary on life.
Are you sure you weren't just incorrect?
I mean, that as well. So we're gonna be away, which means that I can't do my usual thing. So what we're doing is speedrunning it. Basically, we are doing the entire prompt before we leave, so that I can then post all of the things on the days. So you won't get a stream a day with all of the lovely artworks. I apologize profusely. What I'm going to do, however, is do everything ahead of time and then post it on the day. So checking out my Instagram, there will be the art on all of that. So I'll chuck up the Instagram link now so that you have it. Most of you should already have it, but if you don't, there you go. Put a bookmark or a follow or whatever the Instagram does, so that you know where it is. And I'll be posting every single day, or I'm gonna try and have them on the day that they're supposed to be for. And then on top of that, I'm going to try and do a couple of short streams while I'm overseas. Just looking at things and doing things, and being generally European. And then when we get back, we're going to do some catch-up streams. So I'm going to try and stream a little bit more than I usually would, just to kind of, you know, make up time. So we'll do some art things and some fun things here and there, and we might even do a couple of weird and wonderful streams as a thank you to everybody for, you know, bearing with us while we're not here. So things that we're doing. This is Stream Inc. This is what we are currently working on. This is our challenge run that we're doing. I'm going to be doing another challenge, drawing challenge, during October itself while I'm away. So I'll be posting a couple of little sketches and stuff, but it's not going to be anything too in-depth. This one, Stream Inc., is an awesome one. You should totally check it out. The whole time through October, people are streaming themselves making these artworks. I know that Mr. Mao, who is number 29, is currently actually working his way through the stream. So he's on number 2 at the moment, book. So he's doing his a little early as well, cheekily. But lots of our friends on there, lots of awesome art streamers that we love. So go and check out all of them, all of those people. And on those specific days, they should be streaming. I believe they should be streaming the thing that they're doing. So, for example, Scrappy Jane is going to be on the 1st of October doing Journey. That's sort of the idea of it. Big Goblin Energy will be doing Sync on the 28th. That's generally speaking how it should work out. All of those people are awesome. We love all those people. There are lots of people that we regularly raid into and watch. I shout out on the channel quite a few of these people. So go and check it all out. It's awesome. I will show everybody where we're up to now, so we can close this. Alright, so these are the ones we've done. Anyone that's blacked out is ones we've done, and all the ones that aren't blacked out are the ones we still need to do. We've got 16 to go, and we've got 2 days. Not actually. We've got until I leave, which is the 5th I am leaving on, so probably the 4th will be the last day I can do art for this. I need to get Journey done in the next 2 days, because obviously it will then be the 1st, and I need to, you know...
Hold up.
What?
Why don't you take your drawing tablet down and put a program on my laptop and draw at your mum's place? A couple of extra days?
For a couple of extra days, yeah. But I'm hoping to have all this finished before then.
You could take it to France. You could be doing this in France on my laptop.
No, it's fine. Thank you for the option, but no, it's fine. That would be a lot of setting up that I don't think we need to do. Because I'll also be just drawing, so I'll have my actual book, and I'll be doing some actual traditional art drawings as well. Anyway, so these are the ones we still need to do. There are a few here that I specifically wanted to do on stream because I thought they would be fun or cute, and there's also some ones that I was like, I probably shouldn't do these on stream. I will very quickly show them off, and you will see why. But there's also some ones that I'm not sure exactly how I want to do them yet, and so I'm holding off on that. We are currently working on number 5, Scarecrow. So let's... I'm all over the place. Ah! Here we go. So this is what we're currently working on. Number 5, Scarecrow. It's looking pretty good. Previous ones we have done Bat, which I think is fucking adorable. Super cute. This might end up being like an emoji or something. I can see this one being a tattoo that someone might want to get because it's very cute. I think I still want to work on some of the coloration. I think I want to put some light and shadow in some other places. I really like this sort of tuft of hair at the front, but I think I'm going to change it a bit. But yeah, very happy with that, how that turned out. I did my hat, my signature hat, which turned out fine. It's good. It's not particularly impressive, but like, it's done. Frog. I did a Buy Pride frog because I thought, why not? This needs a little bit of work. I'm not sure exactly what. I need to clean up some of the edges. I didn't want to do the regular outline that I do on all of my things, just because I was trying to play around with different techniques. But I noticed there's some areas that I definitely need to clean up. So we're gonna mess with that a little bit more once I've finished everything else. I'll come back and fix some of them up. Because I've got the time to do that. We did Unholy. I spent way too long on this one because I actually liked the design once I had started working on it. I had to play around with it a little bit. I was going for this kind of like a different body proportion than I usually do, and still ended up falling into some of the same traps of like the head was too long and like I have the same arm structure that I always do in every single one of my pieces. But I really liked the skeletons and how that turned out. I liked the pose once I fixed it, and the staff is really nice. The hair design worked really well, so all of that was fun. Then we have one that I probably shouldn't be showing off on stream, but I'm gonna. Lace, I really liked this one. It turned out really well. I really like all the lace design on it, and the proportion is very nice. So that's a good one. Sink. We did a lovely kitchen sink. I believe we did this on the last stream. So this is where we're at on the last stream. We had just finished sink. I did book as well, which is a representation of Cog's little words on stream countdown timer. His book that he's got there. Then we have our bouquet, our bucket from the stream before that. We also have... Oh no, this was off stream, I believe, the bucket. We did the lemon off stream. I did whole off stream, which was good. I did floating, I believe, off stream, or at least I started it on stream, maybe? I'm not sure. I did mycelium on stream, but then colored it off stream. That still needs a little bit of work. Collection we did on stream, but I colored it off stream, and then potion, which I really like, and milkshake we both did on the first stream. So we are now up to Scarecrow. I have laid down the kind of baseline. You can see down in the legs here. There's a lot of sort of leftover artifacty work that needs fixing up, and I've still got some stuff around the head and the arms, and the bottom of this this scythe that needs fixing up. So we're going to do that first. We'll get rid of all the sort of guiding lines, and then we'll color it. And then we'll move on to the next design, which I have to figure out what I want to do. I think I want to do burger next, but I'm not entirely sure. Breathe. Lots of talking. Now probably not as much. It's going to be one of those nights, I think. Talk for ages and then be quiet for like 15 minutes and it'll be really awkward.
Not awkward as long as you make it.
Yeah, that's it. At least I'm making art and...
There's music.
Yeah. I have noticed that, like, if someone's playing a game, it can be a little awkward when there's, like, long silences, but when someone's making art, it kind of seems to make sense. Like, it's clearly because they're concentrating, and then, like, it's visually, like, still interesting, even if the person is not sort of engaging in conversation all that much. I like to try and fill the air a little bit, just because I think, you know, people are here to listen to me talk, apparently. Supposedly.
I like listening to you talk.
Oh, thanks. Lizzie Bell in the background being awesome.
Hi, again.
Oh, I like this song. What is this song called? Scootaloo by Joby. Joby? I am unsure. This is our art stream playlist, which is a bunch of different Epidemic Sounds songs that I have pulled together. Yeah, I think it's a good mix. I enjoy it. I heard a very interesting philosophical conundrum, and I think I have a solution to it. But here is the sort of the general question, and then like you can work out for yourself where you stand on it, and then I will present sort of my solution to the problem. So here's the idea. If someone comes up to you and says, I will give you 5 cents to chop off your finger. Let's say your pinky. Let's be specific. Your pinky. 5 cents to chop off your pinky. Most rational people, the vast majority of people, unless you are like particularly insane or self-harming or whatever, are gonna say no. And that would be perfectly reasonable. Now, if someone came to you and said, I will give you $1 billion to chop off your pinky, most reasonable people will say yes. That's perfectly fine. But that presents a situation in which there is a monetary amount in between 5 cents and $1 billion in which you would and but still say yes. And then there would also be a point at which you would say no. And it seems really obvious from like 1,000 feet out, where you say, okay, $1 million or $1 billion or whatever your line happens to be. So have a think now to yourself, what is the smallest number that you would reasonably say, yes, someone else can cut off my pinky? Now, assuming they do this with minimal amount of pain and, like, you know, done safely, they're going to, you know, do the proper medical care, and they're going to use like correct tools and stuff, so it's not going to cause long-term damage beyond like minor nerve stuff and the fact that you don't have a pinky anymore. What would be the smallest number that you would reasonably accept for not having a pinky anymore? So that's the first question. Once you have that number in your head, so think about what that number is. You can write it in the chat if you like. But just kind of hold that number in your mind. Now subtract 5 cents from it. Do you still say yes? So say it was $10 million. Which is sort of roughly where mine would be. Like, I and like going down as low as like $1 million, but like 10 million is kind of the reasonable point at which I don't have to think about it. I'm just like, yeah, 10 million, cut my pinky off, makes sense, perfect. But if someone said, okay, what about $9,999,999.95, would I still say yes? And yeah, I probably would. And then like 5 cents down from that, and then 5 cents down from that, at what point does it stop being yes and starts being no? And why is 5 cents difference in that point important? So this comes from, it's a sort of a variation on I can't remember who the philosopher was, but they discussed like the idea that there are grains of sand, and if you put enough grains of sand together, eventually you have a mountain. And what's the point at which a pile... what's the point at which grains of sand become a pile? At what point does grains of a pile of sand become a hill? And what point does a hill become a mountain? Like, what's the specific designation? And can you count it in grains? Can you count it in grains of sand? If it's just a height restriction, like it's just got to reach a height, then why is that the designation? Why is it that many grains of sand, for example, and not something else? Like, why is it that specific thing? In terms of money, why is the arbitrary line you have in your head like $1 million, for example, and not 5 cents less than $1 million? And I thought that was a very interesting discussion. My solution to that is you just kind of have a hard line thing in the sand, but it has to be linked to some realistic goal. So if you have a goal in mind, then the arbitrary nature of it makes sense. So for example, if a mountain has to be a certain height, then it doesn't matter like how many grains of sand that happens to be, it's always going to be that height, and therefore the mountain is that height. You could add a couple of grains of sand or take away a couple of grains of sand, but realistically the hard line in the sand, is the height factor. It's the fact that there is a physical dimension to what it is that you're sort of arbitrating against. In terms of this kind of hypothetical theoretical situation in which someone is going to be giving you a bunch of money and then mutilating you, the hard line in the sand is probably the point at which you have more than enough money to live your life or to complete a goal that you have in life, and then you stick to that. So mine is basically, I would need enough money to pay off my current house, buy a house in Melbourne, and then set both myself and my partner up long term so that neither of us would ever have to work again. Whether we choose to or not is another question entirely, but just having enough money that we would never have to consider working again. And then being able to, after that point, still have enough money left over to assist friends, family, etc. So if someone else needs something, we have the means to be able to be like, yep, that's not a problem. We've got money, we can help you out with that kind of thing. That's sort of my line in the sand. 10 million is a very reasonable number for that. That gets us everything we need and has a decent amount left over that we could reasonably say, okay, yeah, that's fair. If someone was to try and take away from that amount, it would then require me to start thinking, okay, what does that stop me from being able to do? Who's the friend or the family member I would have to start cutting out to reasonably still help enough people, or what do I have to start limiting in terms of the house we're going to buy, or the place we're going to go to, or the trip to Antarctica that we want to take, those sorts of things. So because it has a physical dimension to it that isn't just an arbitrary, well, the money's still good regardless, there is a line in the sand that I can reasonably draw. But I would be interested to hear what other people think about this argument, because it's an interesting dilemma. I've heard a lot of people, there was a lot of people in the comments, and then I've heard someone else talk about it and basically said that their hard line was no bodily mutilation for money. And that's fair. That's what I kind of understand. I'm not sure that I necessarily agree. Because, by that same token, you work, and that can cause bodily mutilation, so there's, the chance. There's always the chance, and you're essentially trading your body for work, for money. That's sort of how that, when you really break it down to its basest form, which is a gross oversimplification, but that's sort of generally the idea. So why you would draw the line arbitrarily at someone else doing it. I guess it's maybe chance versus actuality. Oh, I like this song too. Another banger. Maybe I should call this playlist Artists Bangers. I don't think this is a public playlist, actually. I'll have to double check. If you are subscribed to Epidemic Sounds, you can use any of these songs in media, which I am. If you are not, then unfortunately you can listen to them, but you can't. They're not copyright free. They're copyright limited, which is an interesting distinction. So yeah, until I came up with my own little solution there, I was a bit kind of like, oh, I don't know like what the limit of my amount would be. And I think that's kind of like how most people deal with the problem, and that's why the person who I first heard it from was talking about it, because they were like, I have this kind of theoretical line in my head. Theirs was 1 million. Oh no, theirs was 100,000, and I was like, nah, that seems a bit low. But I guess for like, if you don't use your fingers a lot, like, then I can see why it would not be an issue. I use my fingers all the time, and so it's very important for me. Like, making art, I have kind of tried to think about it in the past, like, oh, you know, could I give up a finger if something were to happen, there was an accident and I lost a finger or lost a pinky or whatever, how badly would that hinder me? And I've tried to do some things without fingers or without a pinky or whatever, and making art without any finger, like just losing a finger at all, significantly harder. And having to like retrain your mind around like techniques you normally would have used. So like being able to balance and shift based on your fingers or based on the placement of certain fingers is a thing. A lot of my sculpture and my wire work requires the manipulation of almost all my fingers. And usually like it's usually fine for most things, and then there's like one particular task which is required for the making of the art process, at least the way I do it. And I'm like, oh shit, I would need that finger. Like, oh shit, I need my pinky. So a lot of the times I'm like, oh fuck, like just losing a finger at all would kind of fuck me over. Not completely, but enough that like it's a big deal. So I think 10 million to have to retrain my entire body is kind of reasonable. But it's definitely not the same for a lot of other people. Like there are people who are like, oh no, I could lose my pinky or I could lose my thumb, and it would not impact me that much at all, because holding things is probably the only issue I would have, or like using my phone in that hand, and then other than that they don't really use their thumb that way. Like they use their other fingers or whatever. Typing is another one that like potentially would cause some issues, but like for the most part it's not that big of a deal. If you've got another finger on the other hand, you can sort of balance it out and just learn to overcome it. And people, you know, are both born without and lose fingers all the time, so you know, it definitely is a thing that people can get around. And kudos to those people who, you know, keep carrying on. I've known a couple of friends who have lost digits, pinkies and ring fingers. Those are the common ones, and then like thumbs and index fingers a lot as well. Less common, but like it always seems to be on those ends. It's like it's either these two which are the really common ones because people aren't like paying attention. It's either your ring or your pinky, or like the ends of like your index finger and your thumb, because you're like going for something and then it gets caught. But yeah, I know quite a few people actually, now that I think about it, who've lost. Sort of not a lot, but way more than I think is reasonable. I think is probably the way to put it. Like more than you would expect. Definitely well within the double digits kind of thing. Which is weird. I've still yet to meet someone who was born with an extra digit. That is interesting as a thing to me. Like people who are born with like a 6th finger on one hand, or like an extra toe, whatever. Because I'd be curious to see clearly it's a sort of evolutionary biological mutation thing, but like how practical is that? Is it actually and it's obviously not the same for everybody, but like is it integrated into your nervous system? Can you actually move it and function with it and manipulate it in the same way you can all your other digits? And in that case, is that a beneficial, is it much better, or is it like marginally better? And if it's marginally better and doesn't really do anything, then like that's a shame. Apologies to people out there with extra digits if you have a fairly non-functional one. Just it seems like you could have been given a better deal. So we're doing a creepy scarecrow guy. The idea I had behind this was like it's a trope in some movies and stuff. It's come up a couple of times in horror films, but it's usually like, oh, we've got to go and talk to the farmer or whatever, or talk to the space rancher, or fucking whatever it is, and they're trying to set this guy up as being like the fucking badass, like take no shit kind of person, and so essentially what happens is like they come up against a scarecrow, and the scarecrow, they like have a look at it and they're like, oh, that's weird, it's like weirdly realistic, and then they like open it up slightly, or like it shifts and it's like it's a dead body that's just like been strung up. So I was like, okay, well, let's go with that, and then let's make it look like, it's not dead, it's, undead, it's still kind of alive-y sort of thing. So that's generally the idea we're going with here. Is that so, my love?
Sorry, was that just to me?
Lizzie Bell is just completely bent over onto the floor with her phone on the floor and watching it. I know she's stretching her back, but it just looks hilarious.
Hey, I have legitimate autoimmune-based back issues.
You
I'm
do.
allowed to do whatever I want to stretch my back.
Exactly. You can do whatever you want. It's still going to look adorable.
You're adorable.
And kind of ridiculous. I am also adorable and kind of ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah, agreed. So this is the problem I'm noticing with my current digital art style. I do things very sort of sketchily, very like traditional art techniques. So I use like the brush tool because I really like how the brush tool works. This kind of pencil tool. and then I draw like the rough design that I then like sort of pen over the top, and I do it all on one layer because that's sort of just how I work as a traditional artist. And now I'm having to go in and like individually clean up areas and like and rub out shit. And this happens every single time, and it's the thing that takes the longest is like going in and having to like clean up fucking areas. I could very reasonably just work on a separate layer, like do my rough sketch first and then draw on the layer over the top of it, so that I don't have to like go in and clean up all these shitty edges and all this like blurry bullshit from the from using the larger pen tool and then having to rub shit out. But no, that's not how I do, and so I make more work for myself because I'm an idiot. Learn from my mistakes, ladies and gentlemen.
Because you never will.
Because I never will. Just gotta make shit harder for myself. Alright, this is looking pretty good. Just gonna clean up some of these lines that we have mutilated by rubbing out, and then we'll color, and then we'll move on to the next one. So this is getting pretty close to being done, which is good. The next one I think we're doing is burger. So the idea I have for that is just a fucking juicy ass burger. Some like great, yes, juicy ass burger. Just like some fucking ad for Hardee's or McDonald's or some shit.
Hardee's?
It's an American.
What the fuck is Hardee's?
It's an American burger company, and they do like these huge fuck off burgers that are like more sauce than.
That sounds awful.
Yeah.
Full of it.
In-N-Out burger. There you go. There's another one. They
Never had In-N-Out.
like a tiger style In-N-Out burger, or Five Guys, or Jimmy's, or fucking Soul.
In my language.
In your language, yeah. But like Soul Burger are usually like.
No, Soul Burger does some hefty ones.
Do they?
A lot of the fries is small. Soul Burger
Yeah.
does
Okay.
some hefty ones.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. All right. Then a Soul Burger. Yeah.
I mean, for a vegetarian, they're the one that I know that does hefty ones in Australia.
Yeah, that's fair. There you go. Soul Burger, for those who are
For those playing at home.
playing at home who are curious, is a
Vegan.
vegan?
Yeah, it's a vegan burger chain in Sydney.
Yeah, vegan burger chain.
Now that we don't live in Sydney, I can't have it, and I miss it all the time.
Actually pretty good. Like, the bacon falls down a little bit, but the rest of it is actually pretty quality.
I don't like bacon, so I prefer theirs to real bacon.
Yeah, that's because you're weird. But yeah, like me as a meat eater, as a carnivore, can go there and have a satisfying burger, have a satisfying meal. Because I noticed a lot of the places that are like, oh, we've got a veggie burger, and it's just.
Yeah, a place having a veggie burger is very different to a place being dedicated to vegan food.
But even ones that are like.
Like, think back to how you didn't realize a lot of the fries was vegetarian when you were drunk.
Yeah, but I never had their burgers.
That's true.
I only ever had their hot dogs. And I did think that their hot dogs, like...
You loved them.
Oh, I fucking loved them. I thought they tasted a little weird, but I attributed it usually to the fact that I was very drunk.
I mean, you've had them sober and you still enjoyed them.
Yeah, I still like them. I'm still happy to have them every single time. It's not a complaint about the burger. No, the hot dog. At all. What's a Hessian sack colour? There we go. That'll do. Alright, let's yeah, they're pretty fucking good. I would highly recommend if you ever want to try a vegan meal. Soulburger is the place to go. And then sort of keep an open mind about it. It's not going to be like it's not gonna be a meat burger, but it's gonna like hit the same notes, which is good. I've noticed a lot of like vegan and vegetarian burgers fail to meet the like there's a flavor that's essentially like animal fat. It's a kind of umami sweet and it's a very particular flavor profile that most vegan or vegetarian meat replacement alternatives just don't get right. And I think it's just because you can't. I think there is a flavor profile that just doesn't exist in the vegetable world, which is fine. But if you're going in expecting that or wanting that, then you're going to be disappointed by it. So just being mindful that that's a thing. Let's do that. And then we'll go sort of light bone color. We will end up darkening this, I think, just to age it, weather it. This is just to get the structure in. Have I done that incorrectly? That line's there. That should be there. Oh no, I have done it incorrectly. Ah! God damn it. Alright, let's fix this up then. Feck's sake. Alright, so the line is supposed to be there. It's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be one down. So it's not this one, it's this one. It's not this one, it's this one. Cool. Fixer it. There we go, much better. In quickly. Now that we've got the general shape of them. General shape of them. It's got to be done. Traditions. We've got to uphold our traditions.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
Otherwise, what's the point? That's the wrong layer.
You a nog?
I might be. Here we go. Cool. Back to working. Looking good. So yeah, we're going to France, to the south of France, and then to Paris, and then we're going to Iceland. So if anybody in the chat has recommendations of places we should go, things we should see, if you have been, do give us a little spruik of some of the things that you think are worth checking out. Because we haven't really decided what we're doing in Paris yet. We've got a rough idea of things we might want to do, but like, we haven't locked in places yet. I should probably buy us a museum pass, I think. There's like some 50 odd museums that we can go and visit. And I think the Louvre is part of that. And if you're going to be in Paris, you might as well go to the Louvre. I don't know if it means we'd have to line up, though, is the only problem. That would just be frustrating as shit. Because for those who don't know, when you go to the Louvre, even if you buy your tickets online, I'm fairly sure this is still how it works, but you have to line up with all the other tourists and wait to get in. And the line is fucking huge every single day. We are going off-peak, luckily, but yeah, it's not the best. But there is some amazing stuff in there, so it's definitely worth checking out. I have been before. What do we think about his shirt? Maybe like a very dead red. Muted. I watched Cyberpunk Edge Runners on Netflix. It's a new like anime style Netflix Cartoon House show based on the Cyberpunk 2077 universe. I believe there are actually aspects of the game in the show and the show in the game, which is like how closely they've tied it all together. Yeah, it's pretty good. I would recommend people who are interested in that universe, the game, cyberpunk sci-fi-esque things. Parts of it were a bit predictable. I do have notes, as is often the case. And they definitely did a couple of the characters dirty to like push the storyline along, or to like just have the, you know, emotional beat. I thought was a bit unnecessary at times, but yeah, other than that, it was pretty good. Interesting concepts. I haven't played the game yet, so I don't know how much of it is like extra shit that they've tacked on, or whether or not it is actually stuff within the lore of exactly how it works. But like the cyber psychosis stuff and like how the net running works, and all that's kind of interesting concepts that they played around with. It did kind of feel like it was a little shallow at times. So for those who don't know, the cyberpunk universe is essentially like future Earth. They've started to go out and sort of colonize outside of Earth a little bit, but most of it's still sort of kept within Earth in these kind of mega cities, and a lot of it is like a lot of everyday life is now sort of subsumed in this cyber tech dystopian hyper-capitalist society. And so, like, places aren't run by governments, they're run by, like, major corporations. And that's kind of, like, the whole backdrop and the deal of it. Like, these mega corporations sort of control everything, and they pull all the strings from the background, and everybody else is sort of just struggling to get by. And that's, you know, that's an interesting concept. You can sort of run with that as an idea. But like in the show, it sort of came across like the megacorps, I don't know, just weren't intelligent and conniving enough. Given like how they're supposed to be like hemmed into like every part of life and sort of controlling everybody from the background, there was an awful lot of them bumbling around and fucking up things, and then like, you know, working together really closely on things. And yeah, they were kind of like fighting one another a little, but it wasn't to the degree that I was sort of expecting anyway. Not that that made it bad, it was just, there were parts where I was like, that doesn't seem to sort of make sense from a character arc perspective, given what they've kind of established these roles as like, which is often my issue with shows, is like, your character has been established to do or act like this, and now you want to stop them from doing that for plot reasons. It doesn't make sense. Why is that red not disappearing? I am on the wrong layer. Fuck.
Stop doing that.
Alright, let's undo all of this. All of that hard work gone away. A little bit more. Hey, okay, back on the right layer. Let's try that again. Derp. I'm good at this, guys. I'm a professional artist. I know exactly what I'm doing at all points in time. This is all intentional. 100%. But legitimately, this is actually what being an artist is like. It's just kind of keep fucking up. Eventually, it'll look good. Keep trying until it works. Alright, that's looking pretty good. I was thinking a blue, probably a lightish, sort of grey blue. There we go. Belt. Just to add some contrast between. And then maybe some purple. Hey, that looks pretty good. Some sort of dark blue for the denim-esque look of the jeans. And then what we'll do is we'll like light weather some of these areas, like around the knees and stuff. Oh, little Spikey's freaking out, having a little rave there in the corner. I think the batteries are going on it as well. Good. We'll just buff up some of the lighting on here. I'll actually probably darken this a little. Maybe a little bit more. Hey. Alright. Wood. Go for like a slightly aged look. A little bit more grey. There we go. That's the look we want. Yeah, we want this to look like super weathered and sort of driftwoody, like some crappy planks that were left out. So we're just kind of like scrapped from a fence or whatever. That was kind of the vibe we were going for. So hopefully I pulled that off pretty well. I think I did. So this is the problem with the way I'm doing the challenges this year. So in previous years, I've done like really quick sketches, like 20 to 30 minutes or less. And sort of the idea I had was like, oh, if I spend like a minimal amount of time on it each day, I'll get through it. And then usually I don't end up doing them on the day. I usually end up doing like 2 or 3 at a time, and sort of catching up. I was sort of trying to do 1 a day. Last year and the year before, and just like didn't manage to do it every single time. But for the most part, I managed to do like a bit. I mean, got to do like something most days. But what eventually would happen is I would make a bunch, and there'd be like maybe 6 or 7 that I was really, really into, and then there'd be like a good 5 or so that I'm like, this is not just not my best work, but like not even close to my best work. And so I'd end up like deleting them from Instagram or whatever later on and being like, yeah, well, I'm not really happy with those. So I'm trying to avoid that this year. But in doing that, I've noticed that I'm spending ages on like pretty much each artwork. So I'm spending nearly an hour on, or like 45 minutes plus on each artwork, and a few of them I've spent like literally like 3 hours on, between like illustrating them and then coloring them. And not that that's a massive issue, but just like it's kind of untenable to do that the whole time for all of them. And I kind of don't want to give other people like an unrealistic... this is one of the problems I have with like putting my art out there. Like people get a weird perspective of how much effort I put into art. Because obviously I don't make it look super easy, but I also don't make it look super hard at the same time. I've spent a long time practicing and getting to where I am, so it kind of makes sense that like I have the skill level that I have. But I also think there's probably quite a few people who will like only really see my art on like Facebook or Instagram or whatever, or like catch some of the stream sometimes. And they potentially might not realize like just how much effort and time goes into making these artworks. And so I don't want to give people the wrong impression that like, you know, oh, I just cranked these out over a couple of days and it was super easy and it like took no time at all. Because nope, I've been spending like an hour on each one of these, if not more. Like, we were kind of joking around the other day, but I do actually kind of think this is accurate, and I'm pretty sure, like, Lizzie Bell was sort of accurately making the point too, that, like, this is my job now. Not that it wasn't really previously, not that, like, art wasn't my job previously, because I definitely treat art like my job. But, like, doing the stuff for streaming, the amount of hours that I spend just, like, putting things together or creating artworks for Instagram or for emotes or, like, commissions for other people and things like that. Like, I will spend multiple hours off stream doing stuff in preparation for stuff for streaming. And, like, that's all work. So, like, if you're doing an illustration and you spend an hour on it and it, like, looks good, but it doesn't look as good as someone else's, mine, for example, but, like, anyone else's, just keep in mind that, like, A, they probably have a bit more practice than you, so that's one thing, but, like, two, also, you don't know how much, like, preparation time has gone into that artwork, and potentially it could be that they have spent multiple hours in preparation for making that particular artwork. I did some rough design sketches ahead of time, not for all of them, but for a couple of these designs. I've spent multiple nights thinking about what I'm going to do next and how I'm going to plan it out. I have specifically gone in off stream and done extra ones, so, like, there's, like, I'd say half of these were done, more than half of these were done off stream, because I just needed the extra time to get them done. So there's, like, a lot more work in these than kind of first meets the eye. And I wouldn't even consider these, like, super impressive. Some of them are really good. I'm really happy with quite a few of them, but, like, they're not my best work. So yeah, like, I don't know, that, I'm not really sure where I'm going with this exactly, but, like, just an example of like, don't feel bad about comparing yourself to other people's art, and if you do, and that's a thing you do, then, like, you gotta be realistic about it. You gotta be mindful that, like, there's a difference between like, a lot of the shit on TikTok really pisses me off, for example, and it's spread now to, like, Instagram and stuff, where they have the like, they'll do a really quick sketch, and by quick sketch I mean, like, 10 to 15 minute sketch, so it is also actually taking a fair amount of time to begin with, and then they'll have the thing of, like, it's just a rough sketch of line art or something, and then they'll have the finished artwork on the layer below or the layer above, and then they'll brush it in, and they're like, oh, look, you know, it's done, kind of thing. And I really dislike that as a trend, because it sort of misconstrues what, like, how long it takes and the effort it takes to make these artworks. And, like, digital artists end up with shit all the time for it. And, like, I'm kind of guilty myself of shitting on digital artists occasionally, for various different reasons. But I think the kind of the expectation that, like, oh yeah, you just kind of, like, put a filter on and then like, you know, press a button and it does the thing. Like, that's not how any of this works. And for, you know, hobby artists or amateur artists or even, like, budding professional artists, it's really sending the wrong idea around, like, how long these things take to make. So I did some stuff for Firelight Chaos, for example. Her little stream avatar. Like, just the one that she regularly uses. Before I did any of the animating, so I also did the animation on it as well. Before I did any of that animation, that was already upwards of like 10 hours worth of work. Just to get it to where it was. And then I animated it as well, which is much more time on top of that. So, like, that's the level of time just to get something like that done. If I was then doing a full big piece with a background and all this extra stuff, it would be, you know, many more hours on top of that, because, you know, you've got to do the background to high detail, and then you've got to layer your character over the top and make sure everything's balanced and put your lighting in and all these sorts of things. So, like, I don't know, I'm just trying to say, like, don't get the wrong impression. Don't feel like you're so far away from other people, because I had this same issue when I was younger, and like even sometimes today I'll have a twinge of it, like see other people's art and I'm like, oh fuck, they are so far ahead of me, and then I remember that, like, oh yeah, most of the work I'm working on at the moment I spend like 2-3 hours on max, just because I don't want to, like, I get bored. I don't want to spend that many hours on the same artwork over and over again for fucking ever. Yes, I have been working with a blue background just because the white is kind of flashing my eyes a little, but it does change the color of things, so I'm trying to be mindful of that when I'm looking at this. This looks really, it's like yellow shifted, so it kind of looks like a browny, almost orangey tan color, but it's actually just straight grey. But this is mainly protecting my eyes, because I've been working on this same canvas for fucking ever. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. But yeah, so I've kind of had this issue a couple of times before, and it's come up, and I've been like, oh, you know, like someone else's artwork is just fucking amazing. Mr. Mao's a good example, actually. I really like his work. It's really good. And I will have a look at one of his artworks and be like, oh fuck, like that's really awesome, like super detailed, super great. And I'm like, oh fuck, like he's like significantly better than me. And then I think about it, I'm like, okay, well, he's had a bit more practice in like portraiture and stuff, so there's that aspect of it. And then the other side of it, and this is probably the more important side of it, each of those artworks is like multiple 5-hour-long streams most of the time, just to work on it. Whereas my artworks are like half of a 2-hour stream usually, maybe 2 2-hour streams if I'm really pushing it. So like there is definitely a big difference there. So I just have to be mindful of that for myself, so that I don't beat myself up over it too much. And you shouldn't either. Lovely friends at home. I'll have to ask him sometime what his artistic education is like. Just because he is very, very skilled at certain things, and he's got a quite good wide range of skills. It would be interesting to find out if he's formally trained, or what that translates to, like how much time he's put into it. Because there's definitely like clear training elements. and I kind of did a stupid and trained in sculpture instead, and then don't really use it on stream. I mean, I put it to good use elsewhere, so I guess it's fine. I'm gonna have to decide what I do about my art when I'm overseas, because I'm definitely going to want to make some artworks. So I'm definitely bringing my little art book, and we'll be doing some drawing. But I think I probably also want to bring some wire and make a little bit of wire art that I can cheekily leave places, which is what I usually do when I'm traveling overseas. I've had quite a lot of what I call intervention exhibitions. It's basically I force a gallery to accept my art by just leaving it there and seeing how long it takes them to like clean it up. Or I'll install it like in a public park or something. Which is not technically legal. It counts as dumping. But I've done it in enough places now that it's kind of like my raison d'être. My particular art styling. This is looking pretty good. Don't think there's too much more I'm going to need to do on this other than... So I want to just sort of hint in here that there's like a skull. Or at least a something. And then I go a little darker. And then like that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Cool. And then just brighten some of this up a little. And then probably flash this down there ever so slightly. Probably gonna make a like a channel video at some point soon. I gotta work out exactly how I want to do that. I think most of it's probably just gonna be like art, time lapses of art. Because I think that probably is most of what I'm trying to show off on the channel, really. Like the gameplay stuff and the the silly things that we do on the channel is come on, there we go. Yeah, the like silly stuff we do on the channel is good. And definitely something that I want to like show off a bit, but I think the main focus of what I do is art, really. At least that's what I would like to be known for, more or less.
It's literally your name.
Yeah, it's literally in my name, and like, it's really, if I was going to become, particularly famous and get my name off the ground, that's what I would want it to be for. Rather than any of the gameplay stuff that we do. nothing against that. I really enjoy playing with my friends, and streaming it is awesome. Like, if I'm gonna make money, I want to make money off my art more than anything else. So, because that's one of the things I've noticed as well, is like quite a few streamers and like YouTubers and stuff that I watch are like, oh yeah, so like I really enjoy what I do, and I really enjoy the content that I put out, and this and that, but like I kind of feel like at times I'm pigeonholed. Like, once I became famous, I kind of had to keep doing, you know, keep the formula up, and keep playing the same sorts of games, or get pigeonholed into certain things. Like, there's a few examples of people that I quite enjoy watching, and they like basically only play the same style of game, but they enjoy lots of other games, but they just never stream them because the people who watch them kind of expect them to always be playing this like one sort of game. And so I don't want to end up with like a whole bunch of fans that are like, oh yeah, I'm really into your like the multiplayer ridiculous stuff that you play with your friends, and then none of them be around for my art, because I would actually like to be streaming art more often. And it would be very demoralizing to get a whole bunch of fans, end up streaming art more, because I'm like, oh, you know, I have people who actually want to sit here and watch me now, so I can do it more, and like I'll get paid for it. And then they all fucking leave because they don't actually want to see me do art. It would just be ridiculous. But first I would have to actually have a whole bunch of fans, so... But that's not really what I'm here for. I'd be making this art anyway, so that's sort of where I'm at. I'd be doing this already, be making this art regardless, so, you know, if people want to watch it, that's awesome. If they don't, I'm not really fussed. If they want to pay me a little for it, that's awesome. If they want to commission me for it, that's great. But it's fine either way. And once I get down to Melbourne, I will be working on tattooing. Some of that I'll do on stream, some of it I won't. But if more and more people want to see it on stream, then we'll do it on stream. That's where I'm at, headspace-wise, I guess. I'm glad I've gotten to the point in my life where I'm very kind of nonchalant about most things. Like, I'm very lucky to be where I am in my life. I am supported by a super awesome wife, who I love dearly and desperately. And that has afforded me wonderful opportunities. And then we also, like, we own a house, so that has kind of taken... There's a lot of things in my life that's kind of, like, taken the like, pedal off a little, the gas pedal off a little. Like, I'm married, I have a house, I'm not planning on having kids. I've done a lot of travel in my life already. So, like, all of the things that I had, like, goals to do as a, like, an eventual thing that I want to get done, I kind of have already done. And so it's kind of freeing to be like, oh yeah, no, I've done all those things. I don't need to, like, try that hard anymore. I can just chill. And not to say that anybody else needs to be trying hard to, like, do these things. It was just my own crazy mind was like, you know, do the thing now kind of thing. which is why I ended up doing all of it. Like, this is why I ended up traveling. This is why I ended up, you know, going to university and working hard to, like, have artworks in galleries and do all these kinds of, like, crazy things. And when I couldn't get into galleries, I would, like, go and set up shit in the park, against the council's wishes, and, like, get in trouble with police and, you know, all that kind of stuff. The kind of idea behind it is that, like, you know, I was pushing really hard to get to an end goal, and it's just nice now that I've sort of reached that goal for a lot of the things I wanted to do. Not everything, but, like, a lot of them. That, like, I now feel like I can relax a little, and just kind of focus on, you know, doing the fun things that I want to do, with friends and family, and it doesn't have to be, you know, the be-all and end-all of the world kind of thing. And if you can get there, that would be great. Like I said, I am super lucky. I did work very hard, but I also got super lucky. But yeah, my stoic friends would say that that's the ideal position to be in. Like, approach things from a, like, well, it doesn't matter, but it will be if it is, and I will work hard to try and make it that way. But if it's not meant to be, then it's not meant to be, and that's fine. It's sort of all well and good for someone like me who is sort of well set up. I am mindful that it definitely wouldn't be the case for people who are kind of still struggling, but it's nice to be there for me, at least. Alright. That is looking pretty good. I'm happy with that. Happy with Scarecrow. Cool. Alright, so let's merge those layers down. Oh, that's all three of them done? Yes, it is. Cool. Alright, let's cross off Scarecrow and then move on to the next one, which I think we're doing Burger. Whoa. That was Scarecrow. I will save it because I have forgotten to save it this entire time, and that could have been tragic. Make a bunch more layers, and we're going to go on with... No, I did a stupid. Is that on that layer? It is. Fuck. Alright, we're going to do Burger now. So it's 23, and we just did Scarecrow, so let's cross out Scarecrow. Ugh. Alright, what's Burger? 23. Alright, so the sort of the idea I had was just like a fucking huge, ridiculous burger thing. So we're gonna start with that and see if that does the trick of what we want to do. So how do we want to layer this? We probably want cheese sauce on the top layer. And then I'm thinking like one one meat patty, but like a fucking big one. And then another slice of cheese. Oh, maybe like some bacon. Wavy bit of bacon in there. And then another patty. Gonna go the double decker route. And then just like huge fucking slices of tomato. This would not be my ideal burger, by the way. I'm making a fucking burger monstrosity. That I can like imagine seeing on a TV ad or some shit. And then like onion. And then the bottom patty, I think. How's that look? Is that ridiculous enough? I mean, it's way bigger than you'd actually be able to fucking eat, so that's probably good enough. Now, I could do the thing I was gonna do. I could actually work off the next layer to make things easier for myself. But I'm not gonna, because I'm an idiot. Oh, look. Okay, so these are gonna be like sesame seed type things up here. How's that look? Yeah, that looks good. Double layer of sauce, do we reckon? Like another layer in here? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, boy. I would actually probably try this. It wouldn't be my ideal burger, but it would still be pretty fucking good. I really dislike burgers that are like too big size-wise, because you can't bite into them. I prefer them to be big, like, width-wise, rather than height-wise. Which I know just doesn't work all the time, so kind of understand. But at the same time, it would be much better. I don't know why they don't just do that. And the double patty thing throws off the good ratio, or the solid ratio of flavor. I think I'm going to color this before I draw it. Don't know why I have that inkling, but I do, and so I'm going to just roll with it. Oh, that is way too vibrant a red for... Let's bring that down ever so slightly. There we go. That might be the blue, might be contrasting against the blue a lot. But, there we go. Gonna get a realistic tomato. And then we want kind of a darker red for our tomato sauce up here. And then we're gonna have to have some sheen on all of this. Do we want this to be? I think we want this to be like one of those awful burger sauces. If you've ever seen them. But yeah, we're gonna have like a greasy sheen on it. Basically, like everything be like very hyper shiny, because that's the go. Kind of orangey for the bacon just to start out, and then we're gonna fix it up afterwards. want darkish brown for our patties. Yeah, so the goal of this is to basically make it look like an advertisement. If it doesn't look sort of grotesquely delicious, then we won't be finished. We'll have to keep going until it looks like something that you can't resist. But you know once you buy it, it won't actually look anything like this, and probably won't taste very good. Trying to think where the best burger I've had is. In-N-Out was really good. Like, you definitely couldn't have a lot of them, but and I don't know if it was so we had an In-N-Out in Sydney. Poo Burger, yeah, that's exactly what it is. We're eating shit burgers. Interesting that was the first place that your brain went to, Cog, but no judgments. That is the wrong color palette. I'm going to turn off the... There we go. Turn off the blue for a second just so I can get the right toasty bun color here. Is that the right toasty bun color? That is the right toasty bun color. Just because the blue was throwing it off there a little. The tomatoes look really nice there. They're making you look hungry. Okay, good. Well, that's a good start. I'm glad we got something there, right? We'll have to work on the poo patties then. Yeah, we had an In-N-Out burger come to Sydney when I still lived there. And that was pretty fucking good. I don't know if it's the same as like the American In-N-Out, but yeah, that was pretty good. Where else is I had this fucking epic burger when I was in America for Burning Man, but I have a feeling that was actually just starvation, because it was the first thing I ate when I got back from Burning Man, and I had spent a week surviving purely on beef jerky, Cliff Bars, a meal replacement electrolyte pre and post workout drink, and some like saltine crackers dipped in peanut butter, and that's pretty much all I had for like a full week, or more than a week and 2 days, and I didn't even have that much of it, I'll be honest. Which is like a part of it is you like you don't actually eat that much because of the heat and the that's the color one. Because of all the heat and the like dehydration and stuff, like you don't want to eat anything, so your body just goes into basically hibernation mode a little bit, but you're doing a lot of walking around, you're doing a lot of like interacting socially, and so you know you are actually using a lot of calories up. And so when you get back and finally do eat something, it tastes like the best thing in the universe because you haven't eaten very well while you're there. Or at least you don't when you're me. Other people organize themselves better or like pay to have other people cook for them, and that would do it basically. That would probably fix the problem. Yeah, it might just be me. I mean, there is definitely a thing of like people, veterans and stuff who are like, yeah, I don't eat much at all while I'm there, but I think they still have meals. I don't think they calorie restrict to the way that I did, to the same degree. Let's get rid of the top layer and we'll just use this. You might forget to eat too. Oh no, we're not letting you forget to eat. Not a chance in hell. We're gonna force you to eat properly. Don't you worry. You always forget to eat. No, you do. That's why we're here, to remind you. That's why we exist. Just to remind you to eat. Oh, bats.
No.
No.
I have some energy,
Oh.
but I'm also very tired. Is this what ADHD feels like?
Yes.
I ask, but I know that it is.
I was gonna say,
ADHD.
you have ADHD, so that'd be why you know. Noggin.
Yes.
Yes. But my noggin. Thank you, Cog. Your work has been saved. It's looking pretty good. This is the wrong color. There we go. A little later. Going for that, like... Yeah, that's it. The, that, like, pink sauce, burger sauce flavor look. Looking pretty good. We'll fill this in and then we'll start looking at putting in some detail. I don't think we're going to put in the outline. I think we're going to go for some more realism. Like we did with the lemon. Kind of thinking of a lot of this as like showcase pieces. So like stuff that you would put in your portfolio. So this, for example, should be a pretty good example of sort of semi-realism advertising style pieces. And then we've got the lemon for the like, not quite hyper-realism, but like getting closer to realism. And then we've got a few like cartoony, there's a couple of cutesy ones. And then we did a... we're going to try and do a more stylized piece as well. So we've got a few different options of things to show off, to showcase. Right, now working on the back layer. Just to fill some of this in. Darker. That's too dark. That's a little better. Just to balance this out a little. Fill in some of these gaps. Okay, that's pretty good. Alright, we'll merge these two layers down. I'm going to add in a couple more. That's approximately where we wanted everything. Cool, perfect. Let's go in and start cleaning up the outside. And then we'll start texturizing a little before we go in and put the final touches on everything. This one's a fairly quick one, I think, but we'll try and make it look as good as possible. Let's turn the opacity down ever so slightly. We just want to blend this in a little. Just because it's... That's a little better. Cool. Okay. Just going to put in some light texturing here on our paddy. So these are like the lines of the mints that have been used to make it. Been streaming for 2 hours. So I reckon we're gonna probably finish this one and then we might be able to start on a third. But I don't think we're going to be able to finish it tonight. Depends pretty heavily on which one we choose, but I am not sure that we get a whole lot of that done. Too light on the cheese here, so we're just going to darken it ever so slightly. This is not the best way to do this, but it'll work for now at least. Because then what we'll do is just blend it out. Nice happy middle. everybody is having a wonderful day. If you're not, feel free to tell us about it. Let us know what's going on in your life. From memory, these have like a little bit of a greeny brown tinge to them. Tomato seeds. It's kind of like greeny yellow vibe to them.
Tend to be much lighter than that.
Yeah, there's just putting in the
Chewing on tomato seeds.
You're a weirdo.
It's one of those slimy, seedy textures that I actually enjoy.
Oh, I
as
hate
opposed
it.
to like passion fruit or dragon fruit.
I hate them.
No, tomato seeds are nice. For some reason they're okay. I don't know
You're
why.
wrong.
Genuinely no idea. Because I grew up with passion fruit too.
You're wrong.
And dragon fruit. I lived in Asia.
Why did I marry you?
Because you love me.
I do, very much.
Also because I'm right.
You heard it here first, folks.
I mean, I'm right for you.
Sure are. Perfect for me.
Yeah.
Alright, from memory there is also a yellow tinge to the liquid in here. Yellowy green. And then this kind of reddy. Probably should have looked at a tomato before I started just fucking drawing one offhand.
Do you want me to get you tomato?
No, I'm good. The internet's a thing, I can look it up. Happy to do all of this from memory. Alright, so we want to like... trying to build a lettuce sort of separation in here. So that they look like individual lettuce leaves as opposed to just a clump of green. I think this is one of the new additions to the playlist. still got a long way to go. Cool. Oh no, this is end times, stuck in the apocalypse. This is not a new one. This is one of the funky older ones. I literally just chose it because the band is called like End of Apocalypse or End of Days or something. Good shit. Do actually sound cool too though. So, happy accidents, you know? Oh, that's not better. Night, my love. I love you. So we've reached the quiet portion of the evening, where I end up just paying attention to what I'm drawing, and not actually talking to everybody. Which I know kind of defeats the purpose of streaming, but fool of a took. Yes, lover. Oh no. I will take a short break to go to the toilet. I will leave the music. I will leave the music on and the burger on the screen, and I will be right back, everybody. Wife going to bed is the quiet portion of the stream, eh? What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that she's going to sleep, and so I am going to be more quiet, but also just that we're at the point of the stream where I get so engrossed by trying to do the work that I forget to speak. Which is generally how these things work. Let's vibe check while we're here. Vibe check! 54, yeah, that sounds about right. Definitely not bad, but just kind of chill. Now we probably want to go. Oh, thank you. That was a good one. Got a little darker, and we're just going to add a little bit of dimension to these. That was a good one. Yeah, I've been packing today, or at least like prepping to pack, and so I had laid all the things out on the bed that I was planning on doing. Hey, Zarukan! You hear I'm selling rocks? I sure am. You want to buy a rock? I've got many lovely rocks for purchase. All of them are lickable. How much? It depends greatly on which rock and where you live. Because obviously, like shipping. So what do you need the rock for? I guess is the real question. Because then I can tailor the rock to you, like to your experience. This isn't just idle rock shoppery. We're not some quarry. We're a specific. Is there a way to view the rocks on display? We don't currently have a viewing platform yet, but we're going to make one. So we'll have a website where you can view the various rocks that we have available for purchase, and it'll be kind of like the Tinder of the rock world. So you'll be able to like look through, see a little profile of, you know, where they're from, what they're into, what they're best used for, all that kind of stuff. Do I have an item or thing that makes your rock selling career seem legit? Well, I don't know about seeming legit. It is legit because we sell only the best rocks. If you have concerns about whether or not our rock selling is up to code, we do have a rock selling license, but you know, we're not just going to post that up on the I'm not just going to post that up on the website or on Twitch, because you know, then anybody could find out details about us that we just don't want to share online, you know. That did not do what I wanted it to do. There we go. Trying not to make it look like a smiley face. So yeah, it sounds like show the ad. What ad? I don't know what you're talking about. What ad is that you talking about? New from Bartist & Co. Tired of getting sick? Feeling depressed? Do you fear COVID-19 and the 5Gs? Buy one of our rocks today. Delicious and sourced from your local sidewalk. We deliver it straight to you or possibly your neighbor's door.
I used to be in chronic pain all the time. Fatigued. I mean, I could barely function. Doctors suggested having breakfast and going for a walk, but even that didn't help. So I tried this new Bartist & Co. product called Rocks, and all my troubles just disappeared. I definitely recommend it.
Yes, that's right. Licking our rocks will cure all ailments. Don't waste your time with modern medicine or drugs. 100% no money back guarantee. You too could lick rocks. Buy today. Alright, so here's a question. Now there's a few of you in the chat. Here's a question. There's a concept. And at the start of the stream I sort of went over it a little bit, but I'll go over it again now. The idea is that for most reasonable people, someone could say, in this hypothetical situation, I will pay you 5 cents to chop off your pinky. Like, I'll chop off your pinky and then I'll give you 5 cents. It would be unreasonable to say yes to that. Most reasonable people would say no. That's fair. By the same token, if someone said, I will give you $1 billion to chop off your pinky, most people would say yes, and that would be reasonable. So what's the smallest amount that you would allow someone to chop off your pinky for monetarily? What's the smallest amount of money that you would be like, yeah, that's reasonable, you can chop off my whole pinky for that amount of money? And then I have follow-up questions. But start with that. Chuck it in the chat. What you think would be reasonable for someone else to be like, yep, I'll give you this, I'll give you this much money. I get to take your pinky. What do you reckon? Friend says, you've done it free for once, so you guess getting paid for it would be fun this time. $50,000 cog, you reckon? You let someone just amputate a finger for free. There's clearly a story here that I need to hear. Don't know why this is the first I'm hearing of it. Jumped it off himself, okay. Intentionally? Because if not, that's a very different scenario. And, the story is just stupid. Okay, no, then that's a very different story. Still an interesting one, but a very different story. Story is I'm stupid. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so pick a number, whatever you think it is. So cogs is $50,000. Now, if the person said, "All right, I'm going to give you 5 cents less than $50,000. I'm going to give you $49.99.95." Whatever, maths is hard, so whatever it ends up being, 49,999.95 cents. Would you still take it? If you say yes, then how far down are you willing to go? Because you said the minimum you would do it for is 50,000. So how far down would you go, taking off 5 cents each time, before you would be like, actually, no, that's too low. I want to keep my pinky. And sort of just keep going down until eventually you decide that's too low. And then why is it arbitrarily that number? That's the first question. And the second question is, like, what drives the decision to be like $50,000? What's that linked to as a concept? Like, is it just a number you pulled off the top of your head? Doing it for 5k but telling the cops you forced me. Okay. That's an interesting one. I like that. Haven't heard that before. Wait, what was the question? Okay, so the question is, someone's gonna chop off your finger. They're gonna do it like properly, so they're gonna make sure that like medically you're gonna be safe and sound. It's gonna be fine. They've got all the equipment for it, and they say, I'm gonna take off your pinky, just your pinky. It's going to be taken off at the root, so at the very base, so there's going to be nothing left for you to sort of manipulate with it. They'll take it off at like the knuckle point, the knuckle joint. And they will give you an amount of money. What's the smallest amount of money that you would accept? So you said $50,000. If they said, okay, I still want to take your pinky, but I'm not going to give you $50,000. I'm going to give you 5 cents lower than that. 49,999 and 95 cents. Would you still say yes if they took away 5 cents from that amount? If you say yes, and they said, okay, well, I'm going to take another 5 cents off, so it's going to be 49,999.90, yeah, 90. And then, how many 5 cents could you take off if they kept, like, lowering it by 5 cents each time? How far would you keep going down saying yes before you decided to say no? And why is 5 cents difference important? That's the question. You'd say no as soon as they take off 5 cents? Why is that? Because functionally, how is $50,000 different from 49? You man principles, okay. You said you'd do it for one thing, so you're sticking to that. Okay, I like that. That's a good answer. I have heard that answer, but that's a good answer. Last time you lost it, you kind of just didn't want to get blood on the cigarette while they duct tape it shut. 50,000 is the hard minimum, and if they raise it, you'll take more. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's good. It's good to have a hard minimum. So there's a lot of people who, like, effectively don't have a hard minimum. So the idea is, like, they're like, oh, you know, for $1 million, and then you say, okay, well, what if you take 5 cents off that? It's still effectively $1 million. Like, 5 cents is a very small amount of money to be like, no, I will not take $1 million because it's missing 5 cents worth. And so it kind of plays on that idea as a sort of theoretical concept, and then. Yeah, the grains of sand argument, if you've ever heard that philosophical argument, like how many grains of sand does it take to make a pile? How many grains of sand does it take to make a hill? And what's the difference? Like, why is 1 grain of sand and then suddenly it's a hill versus 1 grain of sand and it's still, you know, a pile, or it's not a pile yet, blah, 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 blah. Interesting philosophical arguments. Think your bot is worried about us? Yes, the bot is always worried about us. It's programmed to worry about us, which is good, because, you know, we need someone to worry about us. Make sure you're looking after yourself. Self-care. Drink some water, eat some food. Have a rest if you need it. Well, if it's $1 million and they only take a few cents off. See, there's the question. Okay, so you take a few cents off. How many cents would you take off before you say no? So they're willing to give you $1 million. How many cents are you willing to have them take off before you be like, nah, that's not enough money anymore? And you said that your hard line is $50,000, so that's very far down from $1 million, but. Like, it's good to have a hard line, I think. That's my response is generally, like, hard line is better. If you have a So my thinking was if you attach a physical value to it, if there's a task you want to complete or a thing you want to do and it's going to cost X amount of money, that gives you a good hard out. It gives you a value under which, if you had any money under that, you wouldn't be able to complete the task, and so it's not worth then doing anymore. So for me, like the number that I would be looking for is like 10 million realistically, but like within the millions. And the idea is, for me to lose a body part, I would need to be able to have enough money to pay off this house that I'm currently in, buy the house in Melbourne, buy the Druid Sanctuary, all of which are going to be like within millions of dollars. Then comfortably set both myself and Lizzie Bell up, so neither of us have to work again. We probably would still work, but there you go. Lizzie Bell definitely still would work. But I would like us to have more than enough money that we would never have to if we didn't want to, or if we suddenly couldn't. Like if there was any medical issue or whatever, or accident where we suddenly couldn't be able to work. If we had enough money that was never going to be an issue, then that would be a good solution. And then I want to have enough money to be able to help every single one of my family members, and then also my friends. 10 million pretty much covers that. I've mentally gone over the math previously because we play Lotto every now and then. I like to think about the things I would do if I won. And 10 million pretty much covers that. It covers all of the things that I want to do very comfortably, and also gives us a good buffer for like life issues, essentially. So if they started taking 5 cents off 10 million, then I'd be like, whoa, now I can't do all the things that I had wanted to do, so that's my hard line, because it's linked to a physical value. It's linked to a physical thing that I want to do. Now, realistically, I could probably talk myself down to like 5 million, because I can still do most of the things I want to do, but it would have to be a serious conversation with myself or with someone else before I even considered that. Whereas if I didn't have that like mental link to what I was planning on doing with the money, I think I could probably talk myself very easily down to like $1 million, because $1 million still is a fuck ton of money. So I don't know, that's sort of my thought process anyway. It said that 1/10 of the price is always reasonable when bartering. 1/10 of the price of something? I wouldn't have thought so. 1/10 of the price of most things is below what it costs to make them. I mean, with the exception of like mass-produced product. So like obviously a bottle of Coke, for example, you could probably get that for like 1/10 of the price. But like any artisanal work, any food you're gonna have in a restaurant or things like that, like 10% of that price tends to be what they're paying wholesale for, the raw materials or whatever, before they start putting any labor or things into it. Seems like that would be a bit low. I don't know, maybe that's just my thinking. I can see the like, if it's a mass-produced thing, that argument kind of makes sense there, because they fucking overcharge for everything. Who's vubbing me? So these artworks are for Stream Inc. Those who don't know. It's a October drawing challenge. Very similar to Inktober and Drawtober. That's sort of where the ideas came from. And every year they do a prompt list challenge. So there are 31 artworks to do over 31 days. Unfortunately, I won't be here for October. So instead, we're doing them a little early. So we've been working on 2 this stream. We have finished Scarecrow. We are now working on Burger. And during October, on the days that they are supposed to be, I will be I'll be posting all of these online. So check out my Instagram if you want to make sure you don't miss any of that. It is in the description down below. We also have our suggestion box down there, so if you have any notes on the channel or things that you would like to see in particular, any games that you would like to see me play, or any particular artworks you would like to see me try my hand at making, do feel free to chuck that down there, or you are welcome to also jump on the Discord and send me a message, or just give me a yell in the chat if you're in the chat at the moment. All of that is Gouda. Yeah, unfortunately we won't be, well, it's not unfortunate because we're happy to be going, but we won't be here over October. We're going to be in Europe. Which will be nice. Been a little while since I've been back. use this as a chance to lighten some of this up. What is doing there? Overlay. No, we want to normal. There we go. For some reason, it changed our drawing style for a second there. Must have accidentally clicked a button. Alright, we're getting there. Almost done. Burger. Fucking A. Alright, let's get rid of this. That was not what I meant to do. Let's make sure I'm on the right layer. I'll quickly save first in case we do something stupid again. Let's get rid of this top layer because we don't actually need these guidelines anymore. We've got a burger. I can see some things that need cleaning up, so let's quickly give them a clean up. And we might go into our base layer and just add in some slightly cleaner background here. Just to make a harder edge for us. This song always reminds me of Burning Man when it comes on. It's just that same vibe. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Put in a little bit of colour on the edge here. Clean that up a little. That's good, that's good. A little bit there. actually what I will do is just do all of this. Because there's probably some sections I've missed. There we go. That will benefit from that. Yes, there is. Right, let's slightly harder edge line around here. Beautiful. Just clean up this layer and then merge everything together. Lovely, lovely, lovely. These down. So now we've got a lovely single burger image here, and it's labeled perfect. So that's going to be burger. And then we'll have a look at what we want to do next. So we've done scarecrow, we've done burger, perfect. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 left to go. I think we can get 14 done. Not on this stream, but definitely as a something, as a project. What's the time? Oh, it's just gone 11 o'clock. We've been streaming for 3 hours. I think we might go for another 30 minutes or so. Oh. And then we'll move on. We'll raid out to someone. But for now, let's have a look at what we want to do next. So we're getting into the tricky ones, the ones that I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. Journey's a big one, and I need to like have a serious think about how I want to do it. It's going to be one of our self-inserts, so that's a thing. But I've got to figure out exactly how I want to do it. Sparkly, I'm not sure. I'm thinking maybe like... oh, I think I might know what I want to do for that. I'm thinking, if you've ever seen those ones... I've done a couple of them previously, but like pin-up girls in like cocktail glasses, like martini glasses and stuff, and like that kind of like, oh yeah, like pose. But I could do that in a champagne glass. I'd have to figure out how to... Either that, or I could do the like just a hand piece holding a glass of champagne. That's another way to do it. Is just like a hand wrapped around the stem, and then the stylized hand is kind of the artwork. So those are two options, I guess, for that. Crawly, I'm not sure. So we've got crawly, insect, and skittering as options. So I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm gonna do for those. They're probably gonna be... Crawling and skittering are probably going to be two very similar pieces. So I'm not really sure what I want to do for those. Storefront, I just want to do like a standard, not standard, but like I want to do a nice, almost like Ghibli-esque style storefront scene. So we could do that now, I guess, and set that up. That wouldn't be too difficult. But it is going to be a lot of detail work. Fluffy, I have no idea what I want to do for that. I'm kind of tempted just to do a ball that's like furry. And have it be like a hair light study. We could do that. Trouble. I have an idea for Trouble. Like, I could go with like a cyberpunk-esque kid. Or girl. That might not be a bad idea, and just be like, oh, Trouble, you know, they're Trouble. Hug. Not sure. Something cutesy, probably, but either that or something terrifying, like a hug monster. Maybe. Dragon is going to be an interesting one, just because I've done so many dragons in the past. I'm not sure how I do one that will be interesting, that isn't just the same thing over and over again, but I think I could pull out something for that. Maybe like a forest dragon, like a tree dragon. That would be interesting. Empress, I know exactly what I want to do for that, but it's going to require some fussing. I'm going to pre-plan that out, because that's going to take some doing. Grim is probably just going to be a Grim Reaper, but we'll have to see exactly how we want to do for that one. Skittering, no idea. And then Spoopy is probably just going to be skeletons. Just like a skelly party, I think. So that's a thing. Maybe we'll get started on Storefront and see if anything jolts in the mind while we're working our way through this. So what was that one? 18, Storefront. If you have any ideas of things that I should draw for any of those, do let me know. If you have a good idea, then I may draw your idea. If you have a particularly great idea, and I plan to use it for an artwork, you may end up winning a prize of something from my merch store. Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, I have a fucking merch store, so check out my merch store. Shameless plug. Gonna move over to layer because I can see a fucking like skull in here. I know probably no one else could see it in here, and it's like it's proportioned weirdly. It's probably like an alien head. But I could just see this fucking in the gradient of the white on the background. And every time I wrote something in this top corner, I could see it, and I just had to fucking get it out there. There we go. Done. All right, back to work. Okay, let's save it. Make sure that we're all good, and then we have to figure out how we're going to do this storefront. Ooh, how do I want to do this? Whew. All right, it's a 2-story building. Actually, I'm going to work on my other layer, just to get this down first. So it's a 2-story building, so we have windows and shit on the top, and then probably like a slanted roof front with a little water gutter. Design thing at the top here, and then the idea is this is going to be like in the bushes, in the trees. So we're going to have this kind of like nice semi-foresty background, and then like a roadway, light pathy type thing. I'm not sure exactly how I want to, well, like, I wanted to have, like, a little countery thing here, and then, like, some stools, and have it be kind of, like, a bit of a seating area, like, kind of restaurant-y at the front, and then have, like, a little, like, here's a store in the back, from the other side. That. How's that looking as a... No, I don't like it. Bah. All right, I think it's the angle that's wrong. So let's make it a weird angle, probably a very low angle. So if this is us down the bottom here, I'm going to be looking up at this like that. I want it to look like tall. Ooh, ooh. And stools. Counter. Side. Do I like that? I don't know if I like that either. Jeez. Yeah, the rest of the stream might be just me fucking trying to work this out. So that's our standard perspective. up or we can shift it down. I don't know for either of those what we want to do. I'm going to do some research. I'm going to do some Ghibli lookings. Let's just start with that. It's mostly mid-angle shots. None of it is particularly forced perspective in any way. It's mostly that it's just like a soft color palette, really. Lots of greens and blues. Let's see if this has anything. Okay, it seems to be just that they're like everything's around it. They're very sort of visually busy pieces. But I kind of like a lot of this like very overgrown look to it. So I think that's what we're gonna go with. And we'll stick with our concept of maybe we'll widen it down the bottom. Maybe that's the trick. So we have this sort of top floor. A slanted roof thing. And we'll extend it out. There we go. Maybe that's the interesting that we needed. Like that. And then this side is the sort of the restaurant bar. And then this side is the, shop, as it were. And that way we can fit a little bit more in this front section. There we go. And that side extends back, but it's going to be pretty well covered by this. We're going to have grasses all through here. Sort of overgrowing into this. We're going to have a whole grass section on the top here. And this will have an extra top section, which is going to be mostly covered. And then all this back is going to be just trees and shit. And that means we'll get to play with lighting. So this will be a little pathway, but it'll be grassy. Cool. Okay, I'm just gonna chuck some color in here then, just so I have a general idea of what's going on. needs to be bluey. So we're going with these sort of slanted tile roof thing here. Right up to this second floor section. Like a slate-esque, but not quite. Banner here. Another one here. And the same on this side. Banner. It's looking pretty good. Let's put in some of this background. So we said 3 windows up here. There we go. And then just fill in the rest of this space a little. And then the idea I had was up here there was probably going to be like a sign or some shit, but like most of it covered up by foresty bullshit. So let's put that in. Probably with this same goldy color. Cladding type thing here. Just like that. Ugh, it's running away from me. There we go. So part of this would probably be that same color. There and there and there. And then a layer under the base. And we probably want to do darker. Nope. Darker again. There we go. To completely cover this. And that's going to be dark brown. Big hole through here. Hey. Dark. Nope. Slate. Nope. No. Probably this same brown. No. Okay. Like. Too dark? Possibly. Possibly too dark, but we'll start with this for now, because we can always change it later. I just need something in here to add something to the background. We'll do dark blue for the windows, because we just want no one to be able to see inside. Brown for up here, probably something a little lighter. There we go. And then probably a very similar colour to this wall cladding, maybe something a little darker. There we go. Just to fill in the back here. We're gonna start with a quite light green. We're going to then dial back by putting darker greens over the top of it. And this is just to give a general wash. There we go. Coolio. Alright, yeah, this is gonna need a lot of work. But we can do that. So I'm gonna make another layer over the top, and this is just gonna be our grass layer. This isn't really what I was hoping for, but it'll do. I think the pencil brush is actually the better option with this. Sort of hoping for something. No, that's too. Oop. Well, that's doing something interesting at least. Don't think that's what we want, but it is doing a thing. If we let's size you down a bit and see if that this is yeah, I don't know about this, but we'll go with it for now and see what happens. Basically, we just want to texturize as much of this as possible, because it will save us having to that's not what I meant to do, but it's fine. It'll save us having to add in more texture later on, basically. This is sort of the plan. Right, let's just do. Ooh, no, I don't like that. Nope, none of that. Oh, I like that. There we go. That's exactly what we need. Much smaller though. So I have had complaints in the past about digital art, and not to be like, because I've had this discussion a couple of times actually on the stream and off it as well. But like, I have no issue with people who make digital art. Digital art is very difficult to make, look perfect, just like every other type of art. However, and this is sort of the one caveat to that, there are a lot of tools which you do need to know how to use, so it's not like you can just like pick it up and it will do everything for you. There are AI systems that now do that, but again, you sort of have to learn how to use them first a little bit. But the sort of the big thing is like you put on this brush tool and it makes a grass texture, and then you have grass immediately done. And you do have to understand, like, you know, the lighting and everything, and you know, how best to use the tool, and blah 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 blah. But like, this makes things significantly easier than it would be if you were doing it traditionally. Like a stamp tool that makes fucking grass things. Anyway, let's stop playing with these tools. Where's the one I was just using? This one? Yeah, because this is the dots. Yeah. Cool. Okay, cool. So that's sufficiently overgrowny now. So we will. What's the time? Almost 12. Okay, we'll work until 12, and then we're gonna raid out. Let's go back to using the pencil tool, the one that I prefer to use, because I am entirely a creature of habit. That is not what I meant to do. I think my what's it called? Keyboard. I think my keyboard's running out of batteries. It's fucking up every now and then. It's getting frustrating. Fart noises. Synth trumpets, I think they're trying to be. Raccoon, this is called. Maybe not. This one was potentially too ambitious of a project for what is essentially supposed to be some quick drawing on stream. As always the case. Try too hard. But we're going to keep it going. See what we can come up with. Any music? Alright, let's skip over all of these, because clearly they're too airy-fairy and light. Alright, so we're going for like a countery top type thing in here. We're gonna have to darken all of this, but yeah, there we go. It's looking pretty good. Pretty good, huh? Much better. Now I can fucking hear the music. I like the light stuff, but when it comes to like this time of the stream when everything's sort of winding down a bit, we need a little bit more of a pick-me-up. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. There definitely needs to be something on this inner wall. Not sure exactly what that's going to be yet. There's going to be a little plaque thing here. And I think there will be a raised thing here, which is like the sign for the... like that. Perfect. And again, same goldy bullshit. So I reckon this is probably going to be like a framed picture. Old gold frame. And then... do like the wave. That'll be a nice, nice little reference for people if they get it. We'll go in and put some more detail in there, but I'm liking that. That was looking pretty good. There we go. Nice. We want to put some stuff in the back wall, but we want it to be fairly dark and muted, because the idea is that it's significantly further away in the background. just like hints of things rather than... Ooh, that's way too bright. There we go. Rather than like the things themselves. Just little Cool, we're getting there. We are actually getting there. What we will need to do is figure out how we're gonna layer this top section, and what we're gonna put in these windows. But that might be a next stream thing, because we're coming up to 12 o'clock. So we've got to think of someone to raid. And obviously the cognitive beard is not streaming tonight, so we're going to have to find someone else. Actually, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't believe he is. Let's have a look. To Twitch. Oh, Fire's streaming. We could raid into Fire. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I think most of the people who are watching us currently are probably also watching her, so... the other options we have... Mr. James B. Barrow. Tofu. Caesar. Mr. Steve Preston. Dark Life is on as well, playing Valorant. Bearded Squire is on as well, playing Timberborn. Sims is doing some art stuff. There's a few options there. If anybody has a specific preference, do let us know in the chat before we get to 12. Once we get to 12, we've got 5 more minutes, so we're going to keep working for another 5 minutes. As I always say to my students, whenever they try and pack up early. You know, 5 minutes is a long time. You can get a lot done in 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm one of those assholes. I haven't dismissed you yet. Can't pack up yet. I mean, mainly I do that because we're actually not allowed to dismiss them early, and if they just fucking leave, then they cause trouble in the hallways, and because they left early, none of the other teachers are around to look after them, which causes trouble. So we can't just let them fuck off on their own time, which is often what they want to do. Nice little bucket. Oh, bucket. One layer down. We can put a nice blue inside. Let's bring it top. Interesting. Okay, so there is some green there on the top that's causing trouble. There we go, problem solved. bands. 9 bands around the front. Let's put the grass in. Okay, that mostly obfuscates it, but that's fine. Because we're actually gonna. That's not the layer I wanted to do that on. So turn this layer back on. Just a bit of this. Just enough to show. What's going on there? Cool, that's fine. That's good. Down a little, that's good. Down a little. That ain't looking half bad, gotta say. A little bit of this. Yeah. It needs a lot more work, but I am liking how it's coming together. I'm just gonna fix up this bowl. And then we're gonna look to raid. We've got 1 minute. There we go. Told you. Look how much we can get done in 5 minutes. Supposed to be. So let's put a little holder. Darken the side of it. And then 2. So the idea is to make this look kind of abandoned a little. At least that's the idea I had in my head. So just have like a couple of things knocking around places and then have it be like looking nice but a little decrepit. Oh, I think that looks good. Alright, I'm going to save it. Ooh, not open. Save. Oh. Oh no. Oh. There we go, okay. There was a moment there where I thought I was going to lose it. And it had been a little bit since we'd saved. Alright, let's... I think we raid. Nope. Fire's just raided into someone else. Let's reload this then. Make sure we actually have a list of people who are still currently streaming. Barrow is currently on a little bit of a short break, but I think we're gonna raid into him anyway, because it's been a little while. It's been a while. And I think it's the right course of action. So there we go. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us for all the art things. Let's have a look at what we've done today. So we did storefront. We've started our storefront image. It's actually looking really good. So we'll close that stuff. Then we did our burger, which looked great. I think it needs a little bit more work on it, but I'm very happy with how it is right now. Not quite realism, but that sort of advertising image, which is great. We colorized and finished off our scarecrow, which is looking awesome. Very happy with that. And those are the 3 that we got done today. Yes. So that's pretty good. I think we've done well. So we will raid out into Barrel. We're going to be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what it is we're going to be doing. I think Cog said something about Sea of Thieves. There was some Sea of Thieves based thing that he was considering he wanted to do. Alternatively, it might be GTA or something. If no one else wants to stream and everything sort of becomes a bit of a fuss, we'll just do more art stuff, because I've still got a whole bunch of these left to go. But thank you so much for joining us today, and we will be back tomorrow around the same time, so catch us there. And then I'm pretty sure I'm going to be busy all weekend, so there won't be any extra fancy streams or anything. I always promise extra stuff and then it never happens, so I should probably just stop promising it. So yeah, nothing this weekend. And then next week it's probably just going to be the Tuesday Diablo, and then that's it. I'm pretty much out from then until November. I will be doing little funky streams while we're in Europe and some stuff, but yeah, not a lot. Anyway, thanks guys. Have a good night. Bye.